Hi traders, good morning, good afternoon everyone. Sorry for this little delay. It was a really big storm here, so I really hope that the electricity is not going to go off again. If I do disappear, sorry guys, don't blame me but the weather. So hopefully though it's going to hold on now. Hi Brian, hi Tim, hi Clifton, good morning, good morning. So let's see quickly what is going on this market. I'm happy to get back at least. And so far seems like that we do start in a small red again. Or so you could see yesterday. It does not mean anything for this market nowadays because it's just pushing higher and higher. Or so yesterday at the end of the day, it just gave up a bit. So let's see whether we are going to continue this small pullback here or the bulls are going to shake off again this quite of a bit overextended level on the S&P 500. So the SPY it's much weaker than yesterday, 0.64% lower indeed. Big tech stocks, I would say quite mixed. AMD, Baba, Google, strong. Coin 2, Tesla 2, but I see, for example, Microsoft in the red side, Meta, AVGO, Amazon, MU, Humana, what else in here? UPST 1.78%. mRNA still strong and SMCI, so quite of a mixed market traders, I must tell you. But both of the SPY and Triple Q are going hand in hand with like 0.60% to the downside. Hi, and good morning to you. Nice to see you, Darren. Yeah, hump day midweek, as Scott used to say, it's Wednesday. Hi, Lee. Good morning, Steve C. Nice to see you, everyone. Okay, guys, headlines. Not too much indeed. Morgan Stanley turns bullish on US stocks. Here is why it says the market lows have already been made. Well, I'm still not sure in that. It depends very much in the tariffs news, in my opinion. But let's see. Dow and S&P 500 and Nasdaq eyes losses ahead of the 20-year auction as oil prices rise. Target lowers the guidance. Of course, we have a bunch of interesting earnings news today, traders, but not too much on the economic front again, because on the economic front again, beside of the crude oil inventories, nothing else at all indeed, like only again the FOMC member speakers who started to be again concerned yesterday regarding the long impact of the possible tariffs during if they will be on during the July month. I mean, there is the deadline for the tariffs indeed. Okay, so not a big day on the economic front, only as I see 10:30 crude oil inventories, as I mentioned you, 12:15 FOMC member Barkin and FOMC member Bauman speaks. That's it. Regarding the yesterday trading day, for me, it was nice and green with two nice trades, QBTS and the other one, it was a Netflix short. Both of them, I nailed it, especially QBTS was a two partial trade which just made my day. And let's see whether today we can rinse and repeat or even just to get a little bit more on the green side. So what about the international news? CNBC, I'm checking. Fundamental regime shift could be underway as investors rethink US assets. ECB just told. Marks and Spencer cyber attack to wipe out nearly 1/3 of annual profits. Ouch, that's not good. What else in here? Target, as I mentioned, not a good news. But Asia Pacific markets mostly rise after Wall Street rally posed yesterday. Big news from Elon. He just told that Tesla X AI expect to keep buying chips from NVIDIA and AMD. So I think this is the main reason why we do see AMD to the green side traders, also not NVIDIA yet, but AMD nicely to the upside, 0.39%, and SMCI is not bad either. I'm going to watch them to the long list. As I see, the team is here soon, Scott and DVG, and I'm just going to start with the big movers. Regarding the rest of the stock exchanges and other financial assets. Indeed, let's just check the cryptos and so on. On the Bitcoin, as I've seen, it was green. Now it's just get back to red, 0.39%. Of course, the gold is going higher again. So the Bitcoin is retreating from the highs. Futures red, as I mentioned you, and Asia nicely to the green side. Europe is green too. Only the US market is lagging a little bit here, but let's see whether we can have some great candidates at least for this weak market start. If you have anything on the radar, please just let me know, traders. And of course, if you have any questions regarding trading, tax funded account packages, private mentoring, anything like that, VIP room membership, then please just drop me an email at agi@tevs.com, and you can check our website as well at www.tevs.com as usual. Okay, guys, now let's see the big movers. We have some indeed, not too many, but enough to start the day with. Palo Alto Networks, PANW Cybersecurity Company, dipped 3.7% after the fiscal third quarter came out below the estimate. So let's just check PANW here. PANW now is just stretching even lower as I see. Doesn't look good, $183 to the downside. I like this nice reversal opportunity on the daily as well. Strong pre-market volume. There is no doubt we need to put it to our short list. So this is going to be my first trade call for today, and this is going to be start with a short PANW. Next one on the list is United Health, dropped 6% after a nasty downgrade. So poor United Health is just tried to make a reversal in the recent days, but as you can see, it's just completely failed, 5.59% lower and under this $305 level, which is definitely a nice gap down. 300 can be a quite of a strong level there though, and the overall stock is a bit extended, but that downgrade doesn't sound good for a continuation to the upside. Let's see whether UNH is going to give up again. Target is here, as I mentioned you, is just got its outlook really disappointing. It just cut its full year sales outlook, and it's just slipped 3.5%. So TGT is here with 6% to the downside already, and looks like maybe more coming also. The 90% level can be a very meaningful support there, traders, and the pre-market volume is quite high. Scott just posted his list with LOW, TOL, and XPV only to the green side and the rest to the short side. As you can see, even the market is weaker. LOW is here too. It is higher, not like target, as reaffirmed its full year forecast. So looks like Lovis, it's a much optimistic towards the year than the target. Let's just put it to the long side. Toll Brothers is here. This is a home builder, rose more than 4% after fiscal second quarter results topped the expectations. So TOL at the moment is up 2%. Let me just check the daily chart quickly, and let's decide whether it is enough for us to put to the long side. Nice pre-market volume, though I'm not quite satisfied. So because of that, I'm going to put it to the long side, but be careful. Darren, thank you. You are watching Goose, XPV, Keys, and LHX. To the upside, PNW, TGT, UNH, VFC, and the rest to the downside. Completely agree with you. Yes, TTW, Keys, and Goose, as far as I remember, they were the earnings after the market close. Let me just check them. Keys at the moment, it is just up 5%. Looks really nice. Also, for me, it's just a secondary list because unfortunately the pre-market volume is extremely low. XPEV 5% higher after smaller than expected loss. I agree, we can try to the long side indeed. And I'm going to watch XP. Not XPEV, but TTWO, which got just earnings release too. And this was not the best indeed. It is looking like a perfect short candidate, in my opinion. I like it to the short side. Thank you, Darren. Okay, what else in here? Wolfspeed is here. Semiconductor supply plunged more than 60% out after Wall Street Journal reported, citing sources familiar with the matter, that Wolfspeed is preparing to file bankruptcy within weeks. Ouch. Maybe then the party is over here, guys, for the bulls and wolves as well, unfortunately, because it's down. Wow, $1. I don't think so we can even short it anymore. Indeed, usually it's a short restrictions on that type of stocks. What a shame. Unfortunately, this was like a $30 stock even 1 year ago, or a little bit more than 1 year ago, and now it's just going bankruptcy. Ouch. Carter's is here as well. CRI. This is a children's clothing company, which is just down 6% after Carter's cut its quarterly dividend. But as far as I remember, this is a kind of a low volume stock, so we cannot put it. Oh yeah, definitely. It's not a touch here for me indeed. So I think I went over all of the, oh yes, QBTS or biggest winner yesterday. You are right. We definitely should watch it. Also today it's in a pullback. Oh no chance for a pullback on QBTS. I agree with you. We should just watch it on the secondary list. Hi, Vincent. Nice to see you. Good morning. So not too many candidates for today, traders, as I mentioned you, but even the market looks quite interesting too. So Roblox, Humana, MU, AVGO, Hood, MBLY, and the rest is quite weak, especially UPST, AF4M, which I see it's very weak, and Humana. Also to the upside, I see mRNA and SMCI, and I'm just going to call them to the long side indeed, because I like both of them, and AMD because of the Tesla news. So these are going to be my green trades. And to the downside, what else to check here? AVGO 1.16, but you know what, guys, if the market again is just finding it's going to find some support there and makes a reversal, they can just make a nice reversal in no time. I mean, even the red bigger tech stocks and the rest. So that's why I'm going to stay just with these candidates for today. And let's see how the market is going to continue after the opening bell. 44 trading room traders, VIP traders, have a beautiful green trading day for you with Scott and DVG, and let's see whether Amir is going to join the party of the Wednesday trading too. I wish you a great one, and of course I'm going to be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp, hopefully not just with a delay like with today. So have a nice one, guys. See you tomorrow. Bye. Okay, guys. YouTube traders, let's just make another nice green trading day here.
Traders, good morning and welcome to the 44 Trading Room. Welcome to a wonderful Wednesday, middle of the week, hump day. Hopefully everybody's doing great this morning, ready to kick tail and ready to get this absolutely moving here today. And what a Wednesday it will be. We're going to be down at the start today, kind of like what we were yesterday, and we'll see if we can make this market happen and move into the green direction, whether you're short the market or long the market today. Welcome and welcome to everybody on YouTube. We'll say welcome to everybody here and good morning to everybody in the room here today before we get this day kicked off. Let's start and take a look, and thank you to Aggie for getting us started every single day. Let's take a look at these markets here this morning. We'll start off with Asia in the overnight session. We saw the Nikkei come down about 230.51 points. Hong Kong Hang Seng up 146, and the Shanghai and China up 7. Europe still in session. German DAX down 44, FTSE in UK up 2, and the CAC 40 in Paris down 42.65. Combine that with Asia, you've actually got 3 up, 3 down, putting us even here going into the U.S. futures. But the U.S. futures are down based on some information here in the U.S. of A. We'll talk about that and more. Dow futures down 389, NASDAQ futures down 152, and the S&P futures down 40 this morning. What's happening out there? What's the headline? Well, Target's in the news, cutting sales outlook as retailer blames the tariff uncertainty and backlash to the DEI rollback here. United Health in the news, talking about secretly paying nursing homes to reduce hospital transfers. Who knows? But really, anyway, 30-year Treasury yield tops 5%, 10-year hits 4.5% on deficit concerns, and that's exactly about where we're at right now. So that's the market's going to have to stand on its own here. We've had a slow tape the last couple of days in the morning, and we'll find out what happens here today as we get into this Wednesday session here to get this day cranked up and ready to rock and roll here. So 6 days in a row, the S&P 500 had a win streak until yesterday. That's about it. And Trump in the news a little bit. New AI coming out, subscription service with Google, and then Target handing down their full-year guidance sales outlook, cutting it based on tariffs and things that are happening here in the US of A. So we'll watch that and more as we get into the day today. But before we do that, let's say good morning to everybody here in the room and get you prepared for the day. Brian, good morning to you. Steve, good morning. Lee, good morning. Darren, top of the morning to you. Vincent, what do you say? Andy, good morning. Yep. Brian, good morning. Steve, good morning to you. Divide, good morning. Yep. Pantera, what do you say? DFDV. Let's see. DFDV. DFDV. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Okay, I'll keep that one up. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I'm also looking at keys. Let's put it right up here. Well, where are we going to put that? Goose Target. PNW take 2. Let's put it here. Let's put it where take 2 is. Good morning. EDBL. I'll take a look at that. That looks great this morning. That could be a great stock. And then what was the other one here? The other one was DFDV. Okay, I'll keep these up here. We'll watch that EDBL. That thing falls down. Let's take a look at the daily on this. We'll stretch it out just a little bit so we can get to that. Okay, there we go. It's at 4 something. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Put it back to the 2-day here. Go back to 5 minutes. Looks like it could be a good long here this morning. We'll have to wait and see. All right. What's the news? If you don't mind looking there, Seth, on EDBL. I'll look it up here as well. We'll put that down on our list here this morning, EDBL, and see if we can get that thing to go here this morning. Let's see if I've got anything. We're going to report strategic shift. That's the 16th. I don't see anything today. Anything that you find, let me know, Seth. Okay. Anyway, let's. Good morning to everybody here. Let's talk about some of these stocks here this morning. I'll post the alert, and I'll take that EDBL over 5 if it goes here, just based on the chart. I don't know anything about the stock really, unless you guys have got some news on it. That's EDBL long. The XPEV over 21. XPEV long over 21. Okay. Target under 91. That's where it is right now, TGT. And what? Last but not least, Goose over 10. Now, Goose would have to pull down, so we'll have to watch this. Goose long over 10. And we'll see if it pulls back, then you take it over that natural number of 10 and see what we got going on there. QBTS over 18. Post that on the long side. Even though this market's coming down, QBTS, yep. QBTS long over 18. Okay. Those are my picks this morning. The only thing that I could say would be for the downside move, the PANW, we'll post that. We got target to the downside. So one more post here on, there you go, on PANW. Now this stock here, you got to be careful because it, let me read to you, hold on. Let me go back here and get this out in the open for everybody. Okay, here you go. So on PANW, Palo Alto, dipped 3.7%. Gross margin for the fiscal third quarter came out below estimates. The company still beat on earnings and revenue. So you've got to be careful here. PANW. I'm almost tempted to go long the stock here. But we'll say short under 182 in case it crumbles. But I do like the stock long this morning as well. So we can, as traders, you can do that. Yeah, I am too, Andy. I am too. Anything? Hey, Jonathan, good morning. Seth, they have products launched on Amazon. And that's the news on EDBL? Okay, we got, as I was thinking before, we didn't have a lot to choose from, but we do now all of a sudden have a lot to choose from. So we'll watch these here as we get going here, EDBL. And let's see. Okay, there we go. I'll load that up. I'll be watching Goose, XPEV, QBTS, DFDV. The DFDV stock that you had mentioned earlier, if you put it on the daily here, if you put on the daily, this stock here, I wouldn't trust it much at all. It was in April, right? Yeah, in April, at the start of April 4th, it was 75 cents. Now it's $25, right? So, the quicker they move higher, the more they're going to fall. So, and again, I don't trust it unless it's got a cure for cancer. Probably not, right? Morning, Clifton. Okay, there we go with that. I've got that tidied up. Okay, I'm ready to go. We've got about 3 minutes left. We'll get DVG in here, ready to go, and make some comments on the market, and then we should be set to roll this morning. Okay, there we go. Okay, just get one more thing ready to go here this morning. One, two, four. Okay. And we should be set to go. 2 minutes, 2:23 to go, 2:24, 2:20 now. Okay, there we go. Okay, ready to go here. Let's go. Okay, we've got about, about a minute 20 here before we get rolling here this morning. Thoughts on Toll Brothers? Well, I'll tell you what, I looked at Toll earlier this morning, and I like the stock right now. In the way that it's been rolling here, it's got good earnings and stuff. Anything over 107 would be fine. It's pulling back this morning, but I think there's room there to go long this stock. I really do. Okay. Okay, Steve. Less than a minute now before we go. Let's have a great day today. Like I said, PANW, I wouldn't be surprised if this stock crumbles here this morning to pick some up to go long. And then that EDBL over 5, That would be impressive this morning.
Scott, good morning. You hear me okay?
Sounds good, DVG.
Right on. Well, good morning, 44 Trade Nation. Lots of news coming out. We had some earnings obviously show up. I'm going to keep an eye on Google really closely today. Google, UNH, and frankly, what Bitcoin is doing. I'm still short JPM and Goldman Sachs via those options that expire this Friday. Overall, though, Google had their event. We were able to take advantage of that move yesterday to the upside, and
we are open.
We'll see if there's some continuation. Trade safe, traders. Sorry, Scott, back to you.
Yep. All set to roll this morning. Anything over 5 on EDBL?
I'll short Tesla here, 343. Oh man, I might have been slow to the draw there.
Wow, PANW.
I'm in 342.65 short Tesla. Okay. I'll wait on Google for now.
Wow, XPEV exploding.
I'm going to short UNH here. Let's see if we can get a 301 print at least. Maybe not. I'll add to Tesla if we break under 342.50.
Anything over $5 on EDBL? I'm going long here. I'm long the stock. Target's going to be on EDBL. Target's going to be close to 6 this morning if we can get it up over 5 here with some volume.
UNH, I might get a better entry here. We'll see what it does here. Guys, big bounce here on the Qs. Maybe a chance on Google. On it. I'm also watching NVIDIA here, 134. All right, I'm going to short UNH here, 303.90. Let's see if we can get that.
$6 target EDBL. Watching PANW, I don't know where it is that we're going to come into it. Maybe right here at 180.
No trade UNH. A little bit of concern around the Japanese bond market. No trade UNH. Might look for a better entry, 305. We'll bump that up, 305. I'd love to get it at
$6 target EDBL.
No trade UNH. I'm actually going to cancel it. I'll put it up at 311 for a short. I'm going to add the Tesla again. 342.66 is where I thought we might bounce. And we did this morning, so if we are going to turn around, it should happen now. But I think we'll be biased to the downside there. Google looking great here off the open. Let's see if we pull back to just under 166. If we can get that, I'll jump in that trade.
Break of 440, and I'll be out of EDBL. Otherwise, I'm going to hang in here and see if we can chase that $6 mark. Decent volume on the stock. Watch $5 again. I'm going to double up my share size here on EDBL.
Might have missed the Google trade. Oh well. I'm going to short MSTR today. 415. 415 in.
Target $6 on EDBL. Also going to take a trade right here on the PANW trade. PANW, talked about this in a pre-market, how it was short, but I thought it would bounce here. 181 long here, small share size add at 182. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to add the MSTR under 41420. There's the pullback in Google. Waiting for MSTR under 41420. See if we get an add. Tesla moving against. I'm going to hang on just a little bit longer. Okay, guys, adding to MSTR.
Again, $6 target on EDBL. You have to pop with some volume and then chase the VWAP line. So right now you're looking at getting over the last high. Here we go. Watch $6 target now.
I'm gonna probably use options on Tesla. We're just under $6 for a 340 strike. I'm watching. So the Q's 51492 is the bottom end. The SPY should be 588.79. We got above obviously both those levels here at the open. So if we don't see a move above, call it 518.5 on the Qs, I'll continue to be bearish. But right now, trying to be patient on some of these entries. MSTR now moving against. It's unfortunate. I feel like I got to give this stock like 5 points to move. Here comes Tesla. We're going to add to it soon. This is the area I really wanted to get my entries at 344 to 345 area. Let's see. Google looks nice to the upside here. I'll wait. I mean, I'd hate to short NVIDIA, but 134.59 was the level we should have held. And as soon as we got below that, we just haven't looked back. So I might be tempted to short it here. Let's see what it does. If I see 414 again on MSTR, I'll add half size. Big move on Google now.
Again, EDBL target 6. And PANW target's going to be 182, 183, around there if we get this bounce. DFDV, that's we talked about that. We talked about that in the pre-market. DFDV, that stock went from 75 cents to 34. Now at 26. Could have just blindly shorted the stock, really. Okay, here we go with EDBL. Again, target $6 EDBL. And if we get to 6, why not? That like Amir would say, why not take off the top here at the at 650? Come on, baby. 550 first here. Let's get past 550 because that'll, and then 564 is the VWAP line.
Well, I'm either going to be really wrong today or I'm going to be really right. I'm going to get ready for a position on NVIDIA. I'm watching 134.59 area, so 134.50 ideally for an entry, but I just don't, I have a feeling we're actually going to finally get a little bit of a pullback today in markets that may not reverse. It's just interesting. You know, we've had the news around the Moody's downgrade, no problem. Bulls just swept that under the rug. Now we're growing concerns about Japan being forced to get out of U.S. bonds, which if they did, we're talking like trillions and trillions of dollars. One of the largest U.S. bondholders. It looks like no one cares right now. That's okay. So I'm just kind of waiting at levels where I wouldn't mind shorting it and then seeing if they play out. That said, it's hard to deny. Big move now on the Qs.
Okay, $6 we're chasing here.
All right,
PANW looking good too.
As well. I'm going to go for UNH at 3.0. I want to
come on, 6.
All right, NVIDIA 133. I kind of like it here. Let's see. I'll tell you what, I'll keep my UNH trade on the sideline for now. 133.
Okay, here comes PANW. Here comes EDBL. EDBL looking good now. $6 target on EDBL. Let's go. And it's halted. Halted to the upside now. And could be really, really good here. So let's see. Typically when you're halted to the upside, you know, it should continue, right? The bidding is at 699. I mean, if this thing takes off, it'll be a blessed day right here in this household. That's for sure. We'll see. You got the bids lining up. Last action price 578. Bidding at 16,000 shares, 699. So what happens if we punch 7? Time to look at the daily on the chart on EDBL. I mean, shoot, you could go. Stock was just what? Last year it was $60 and more, and we're trading at $5 today. So who knows, right? So again, be cautious. Keep your finger on the trigger. And again, 183 target PANW.
If we get a break on Tesla 342.50, I will double my share size. Market's now trying to move here to the upside.
$183 PANW target.
MSTR, come on.
What's going to happen, folks? What are you thinking, Mark? EDBL? I'm looking at the level 2, and it doesn't mean anything until it's open, right? So, but level 2, they got 16,000 shares at 699 on the bid. But the ask hasn't caught up. That's the worry point here. 183 target PANW.
There goes NVIDIA. So I'm going to dump this and get in probably full size at 134.59 if we can stop there. MSTR might take a loss here. We'll see.
Now bidding 7. This could be really good, DVG, on this EDBL trade that was halted.
Nice. I'll pull it up here.
PANW, again, PANW just being held down by the VWAP line. Once that goes, we should see 183 fairly good. Yeah, it is. Fingers on the trigger, trust me. Here comes PANW. Again, 183 target PANW. No, I mean they could take what would happen here is if it opens and you see the print, you watch your the prints here. Okay, here we go. We're opening 550. So again, we didn't catch that bid. Bid's just falsified. Okay, the stock's holding up here. I expect some more upside to it though. Let's see. Again, keep in mind, target $6. Hopefully we build on this pause here and it starts to really go. Take out 560. Let's see the high of the candle here. Take out 578, and that would be a, there we go. And that would be hopefully a leg up here to 578. We shall see. No, I wouldn't expect another halt unless it really starts to take off to the upside here. I mean, nobody likes to halt stocks. The market doesn't like that. Provides uncertainty to a lot of people, a lot of traders. Not what they want to do. But I say that biasly because I'm in the trade, right? Again, you got to get through that 578 mark. 578, we should see 6. So we got about 14 cents to go for that. Okay, about 5 more cents. Here we go. There we go. Big move higher. Chasing $6. $6 I'll come out of some, and then we'll let the rest run up to the top here. It's about 10 cents to go here, 2 cents to go, $6 coming. Come on, 4 cents to go. 2 cents. Let's see it print 6. Come on. $6 on the ask. There we go. There's the print. Beautiful. Traders, you are off to the races now on this trade. Congratulations on everybody here coming into this trade with me here. EDBL. It was pointed out this morning by Mark, I believe. Thank you so much for that. And this move now could take off the top. Remember to pay yourself first on the trade. And then all that we need now is we need to get this PANW in gear, get it up to 183, and we should be good to go. I think I'm kicking myself in the butt for this DFDV. Should have shorted that sucker at the top, but did not. So, oh well. Okay, we'll leave the rest there. 550 stop for the rest, and then we'll try to move it up, try to take out 650 on the upside here. Again, PANW up towards that 183 would be beautiful. $183, $184, we'll see. Wow, look at that DFDV. If you took it just at 34, say 33, you're down to 23. That's 10 points. Yeah. And that just goes to show you, I think the power of like-minded traders here, and sharing the information this morning. I didn't get that EDBL. I got that EDBL from Seth. And Seth, the question back to you is, where did you find EDBL? That's the question. Like I always ask Amir, okay, hey, great. Thank you for the small cap stock, but where did you find it? Let's be more, let's find out how it's done so that we don't have to, keep asking for somebody to catch us fish. We can fish on our own here. 183 target PANW. $182 drops off, and now we're all about the 183 here. Again, 550 on the quarter that I have left on EDBL. That was a great trade. Those of you that on EDBL on Thinkorswim Scanner, I set up with big moves up or 500,000 volume. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Good. DVG, unless you know, I don't think that Fidelity has that robust of scanner that you can program like that. Do you know that?
No, I actually, well, I use different stuff for my scanners, but I mean they have one, but it's not that great on Fidelity. Guys, I'm gonna second chance target. This on NVIDIA here. I'm looking at the options chain, actually pretty inexpensive. So I'm going to keep an eye on these 134 puts. They're pretty cheap. So if we can turn that around, I'll happily take that. Yeah, we definitely red day for me. Got stopped out on a lot of these short plays here. But I'm keeping an eye here on these NVIDIA 134 puts. They're about $1.58 right now, which is fine by me for now. Not giving up on it just yet.
Come on. PANW 183 or bust. Let's go.
Definitely feel bad about missing the Goog trade. And Warby Parker, by the way, for those of you guys who heard the announcement there.
Could we get a TGT short? Absolutely.
All right. We're going to go for NVIDIA put options here. I'm going to
Jeff, have a great day, bud. What are you up big on, Jeff? EDBL, I'm sure, right? Good for you. Yeah, it was a great call. Great move. Got into it right away this morning.
It's always nice. Pick up a big day like that.
Yep. It helps. I mean, you know, especially if you get out of the gate quick, you know, like that.
Yeah, I mean, the Google trade for me was the one I was eyeballing. Like, do we bounce here or do we continue to sell off? And, well, we turned and burn. Getting ready to add to Tesla here, guys. I don't like adding to a losing trade, but I like this momentum here on this move. So I will get a big chunky size here ready to go if we can. I started on these NVIDIA put options with 10. We'll probably go up to 50 if we can, maybe. We'll see. Need to see a break in the Qs. So again, not giving up on the plan per se, just, you know, entries might have been off, which is fine. So taking a loss on some of these initial moves is fine. But now just kind of recalibrating and seeing if we can get it back in. UNH. No bueno. All right. I'll get ready to add to NVIDIA and Tesla here to the downside. I'm waiting for there we go. All right, I'm going to add to Tesla here. I don't like adding to a losing trade, but maybe this is just dollar cost in a little bit. And if we do break under that 342.50 area, I'm going to load it. Feels like a lot of like the retail traders that are coming into this market are looking at these fair value gaps and doing all this kind of stuff. And I'm worried that that's just going to break today. It's kind of like a fake out. I could be wrong. As of right now, I'm wrong. And that's okay. A manageable red day for now, but we shall see.
I still say 183 target. Yep. Okay, I'm still holding on to the EDBL trade. Let's see what happens here. You know, if DFDV somehow makes it back to 34, I'll be shorting that stock today.
What a move on Google. Literally covered all the sell-off yesterday, from yesterday. From that event. Look at this here. I'll add the NVIDIA's put options under the close. I'm getting close. I can't wait to read what I'm going to write in my journal today.
Sometimes the conversation's harder than others, right?
Yeah, well, it's just, you know, like NVIDIA, for example, 134.59 was the level I wanted to watch. We got there. Instead, I took the initial trade, took a quick loss, and then got back in, obviously, now with options instead of shares. Now I'm still open to adding to the shares and doing, you know, both if this move fails. But especially when we're in a bullish market and you're trying to be bearish or have a bearish sentiment and your plan is to be bearish, it's better to capture entries. Like MSTR wanted a $420 print. We technically got there today. Instead, I got in towards the low end to see if we would break the bottom. And now, you know, I've had to tolerate a little bit more than I'd want to on a name like MSTR, but I'm willing to add to this trade if it still plays out.
So what does that mean on UNH? Does that mean we're off to the races to the upside now?
Yeah, maybe. Well, yeah, we are. Yeah. So that one stopped me out, which is fine. 310 though was kind of the magic number that I wanted on it. We got to 309.88.
Yeah.
So I think it's just really a matter of when you're counter trend or counter trend trading, being patient for your entry. Guys, MSTR, I'm going to go for it. I'm going to nail this thing. Big chunky size. This could be a big big losing trade for me if it doesn't work out. I'll put my stop actually right about 418.20. But yeah, my bias is to the downside today. Like I want to see if we actually test that 514.92 on the Qs. I'm going to add some more here to the NVIDIA put options. Add another 10, sure. And then Tesla, I'm looking at the 340 puts as well. Let me see what those are worth now. Let's get them. 340. 560, 570. All right, let's grab a couple. Okay. Not my favorite entry, 561. It's all right. Looking for a breakdown now in MSTR. We should get it right here. Here it comes. Here it comes. I don't know if anybody took MSTR with me, but 420 was the magical entry. Instead, I got in right around this level to begin with. But we added the dollar costs in, which I don't like to do. I don't like to add to losing trades. But frankly, we started with a smaller size. We added, and now we're getting an opportunity for this trade to play out. So I'm going to actually add even more to MSTR if we break 414 here in a minute. There we go. Adding more to MSTR. Adding more now to Tesla. And I'm going to add 10 more to NVIDIA on these contracts. MSTR, let's go, baby. Now this is a big trade for me if it can hold this downside move. Meanwhile, Google taking the top off here on 70. Here we go. Uh-oh. Whoa, what was this big, huge move on the Qs, guys? Do we have moves on that?
Nothing I'm seeing right now.
What in the world?
Just kind of a spike.
Random move?
Yeah, spike to fill the gap. We'll see what happens here.
Well, getting ready to dump these positions if we start moving against here. I just don't know if that's a fake out, take out. Let's wait.
Watch this now. 182 coming up on PANW dollar away from where we get to. Again, if we take out the 182, we should 182 should take us to that 183 mark. Well, actually, that's not true. That's the hold on, let me take this off of here. It's the 182.32. 182.32. So of the traders out there, and DVG maybe that too, I never received anything from Amir. What would you suggest for a scanner to capture these bigger moves? Is there something free out there? Is there something that's working for you guys? What do you like? What's simple and easy? What can help us?
For those of you who have TradingView, they have a scanner that's in there. If you're paying the premium edition, which I do, there's scanners there that you can leverage. I also use, surprisingly, like Benzinga's got a decent scanner as well. Those I'd say are like the two that I like to use.
And Benzinga is free, right?
They have a free version, but I pay for their premium service as well.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll see when I finally get
Finviz.
Start trading off of the interactive brokers. I mean, I need to pay for some of this other stuff. We'll see.
Forget the name of the one I used to use.
Interesting. Soda and energy drinks will no longer be able to be purchased with food stamps.
EBT. Yeah.
Here we go. NVIDIA. Hate to see it do it, but guys, we're up pretty nicely on these. Like 25 cents. Give perspective, that's close to $800 already. MSTR, guys, if we break the lows, I'm going to add even more. I so badly want to get this MSTR short right where I make like 30 points. Obviously, I'll trim in the process, but oh, Tesla, what is that? Gross. All right, that's going to probably stop me out here in a minute. Oh, that's terrible. That is terrible. Well, that got expensive. All right, Tesla, you win. I will dump it any second now. I don't trade out in spikes just yet, but I don't like how this candle's shaping up. I'll be patient. If we get a green opening candle on Tesla, I'll dump it for a losing trade. If we move back down, awesome. But watching the Qs and the SPY. Maybe a shooting star, maybe. Let's see. Okay, hanging on to Tesla. Maybe I can get out and save some money. Guys, the NVIDIA trade's working out, though. So that's good. What a gross move on Tesla.
Goose at the top right now.
Might want to, I mean, I don't, Coca-Cola doesn't move enough for me to day trade it. That'd be more of like an investment type trade, like swing. I can't imagine that's good news.
I don't understand why UNH is not popping even more, right? If all that stuff was not correct. But who am I?
Out Tesla. Right before that big breakout there. Very nice. If you were long that trade, awesome. What does I always say? Don't underestimate the power of greed. You're looking at it, Tesla. Mark's using TC2000. Darren, becoming in before coming in, I use IG, my UK broker. Top market movers and filtered by volume.
So I guess here's my comment to Mark and to Darren, and then back to Zahir and stuff. So what I'm after, so I can scan. Okay, I get it. I mean, I can do what you're talking about with my platform on Fidelity. I can scan for the percentage movers. I can look for daily lists and pre-market and stuff like that. I want something that's live, right? So that, let's just say right now something pops. Like, let's just say we had a mid-cap, small-cap stock shoot up, 500% with volume or whatever. That real time, that's what I'm after, right? DVG, the real time type of news.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, what's putting in a high of day, what's moving 20%
Correct.
randomly. Yeah.
correct. And I realize you'd have to pay for that, but where
Yeah.
where is that service? That's my question.
So like, I mean, with the TradingView stuff that I have, I mean, it's really more so like, hey, you put in what you're looking for. Like the nice thing about what I have with Benzinga is you could set up custom alerts like that. So you put in like, you know, high of day movers, and then like over a certain percent, right? So like you can get notified of those types of moves. But it's just basically in your alerts as a scanner. Guys, NVIDIA working out beautifully here. I'm up almost 40 cents on 30 contracts. Do the math. It's not too bad. And then if MSTR can break the lows a day, I'm going to nail this thing. In fact, it's the Qs. They expire tomorrow, right? Let's see. 522. Again, remember, markets close Monday, so we'll probably see some a little more volatility this week. 518 put options, $2.33 for tomorrow. Sure, let's grab 20 of those. Thank you. Hey guys, coins breaking down now. I want to see MSTR do the same. NVIDIA looking good. So right now we've got the Qs, we've got NVIDIA. To the downside, we've got stopped out of Tesla, which now if it breaks down, I'm going to be pretty upset. Apple's moving higher though, and Google's looking pretty good. Actually, what's Oracle look like?
Tesla big pullback now.
Yeah. Enough to stop me out and then try to get me to nibble again. All right, guys. Coins now breaking down. Let's see if MSTR can follow suit. If it does, I'm telling you, this could be my biggest trade today. Conversely, it can hurt if it turns against. This is what I was thinking would happen today. We're going to push, try a level, and then sell off into that 514.92 level on the Qs. Oh, Tesla. Oh, that's gross, Scott. It's gross, man, on Tesla. The big spike and then just
almost as big a spike on the downside, right?
Yeah, I mean, I waited through the upside spike too, to see if it was a false breakout. I mean, I'm not upset for getting out of the trade, but it's disappointing to get run over and then have it settle in right where you entered.
Okay, let's see if PANW, again, that's the one I'm waiting on here to kind of finish up my day. If we can get PANW up over the top here, this 182, I think it's 182.33. I've got my alarm set here on the high spike candle here. So let me move Google over here. I'm glad I got out of the EDBL trade. I'm still holding on to some here. It's above the VWAP. You never know, it could go. But anyway, the spike on PANW would be taking out the 182.32. So just watch this. Again, I love this trade. If it breaks out 182, could even add there, you know.
So for those of you who are Team DVG, oh, I got it all here. We need MSTR to fall off a cliff. And if it does, I'll fly out and come see you, Scott. How about that?
There you go. There you go. Come for the weekend.
We will get a great boat, actually, a great boat.
Come on, MSTR. Don't let me down this time. Now Tesla pulling back. Am I reading this right? I don't see a whole lot of news today. Let me see. 10:30, we've got crude oil, distillates, so it's basically all the oil stuff. Weekly oil stuff. Then we have the 20-year bond at 1. That might be interesting. After that, I don't see anything.
Tesla.
I may be forced to like hold these trades a little longer than I want to, just because these opens have been brutal. Like the last like week and a half, 2 weeks have been awful. Like mostly we see like swift price action, etc. But like I feel like it's.
Well, I had said that in
more
the
of a
open
whipsaw.
today before you got here that the market open has been these last 2 days here in the room, Monday, Tuesday, have been slow, right? You kind of have that first 10 minutes, and then all of a sudden it's like, hey, whoa, what how come we're not continuing?
Well, that's just it. That's the trouble. It's like this Tesla trade, right? Like I go in there, put a couple points on it, but you know, for me, it's not a hard stop. I put a hard stop, you know, in case we broke out over like 348. But it was more of like a mental, like, hey, we're going to pick a direction here. We get a pop and then it drops. I mean, I'm seeing that all over the place right now.
Yeah.
You know, UNH did the same thing. So they're not even real like technical setups unless you're using like bigger time frames, which is fine. That's part of the reason I'm looking at these markets more so to the downside, not because we're in some kind of bear trend. I'm just looking at, you know, the macro aspect of it, where the key levels are, where we're finding resistance. And if we continue to sell off at those points of resistance, then we should see a legitimate pullback. The pullbacks we've seen thus far are like, what, a quarter point, if that? So we haven't seen a 1.5% pullback day or even an inside day that's worth about 2%, meaning up one, down one, or vice versa. Which at this phase, I get why, you know, bulls would want to keep these markets propped up, but they're starting to run out of reasons, if you ask me. Other than the simple fact that, like, if we debase the currency further and we lower interest rates on our side, that'll offset all the stuff happening with Japan's bond yields, right? So, cue the disclaimer. I'm just looking at it more so of like, at what point do people start not necessarily panic selling, but banking some more profit? Like we're up at pretty decent levels. You know, SPY was at 600 and change. was where we saw a ton of money kind of bail the last time. So I'd say there's obviously like two scenarios. One is bulls defend and push markets higher, which would mean we need like certain catalysts or at least some optimism around what that may look like. It's maybe this big, beautiful bill that Trump's been talking about. Who knows? Again, never underestimate the power of greed, but I don't know. If I'm like looking at this as like a hedge fund manager, I'd be like, all right, let's offset some of these positions. We've got Nvidia coming up. Was it next week? I think. Yeah, next week for earnings. So it'll be a big week next week for Nvidia. And we've seen the run up. So like maybe we start to see a little bit of profit taking into next week. Since we have a long weekend. So for those guys wondering what was the narrative, the thesis as to why. And then of course we saw the markets pull back this morning. So obviously seeing everything get rejected, every dip being bought, I mean, it's hard to deny. It's worked. It has worked consistently. Until it doesn't.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and that's the thing, Mark, to your point, up, down, range bound, yeah. Sometimes in markets like this, like part of the reason I prefer some scenarios to use options as an example is that my exposure is limited, right? And a name like Tesla, that kind of hurts, but like on the options, maybe I could tolerate it a little bit more because, okay, it's up or down X amount versus knowing that there's exposure that this thing could run up and really, really be painful. Admittedly, what I'm trying to get better at right now is risk tolerance on weekly options is different than looking at a longer term option strategy. So right now, how I'm using options is really more so like trading direction where I think things will go with limited exposure. But realistically, it could be looking at stuff like, say for example, like JPM. I've been looking at, using a bearish strategy down to like 240. But that requires me putting money out until like July, maybe August.
Tied up, right?
And it's tied up, yeah. So I don't mind doing that. That's more so like my swing trade, because right now I've got a kind of in two different buckets. We've got, day trading stuff, and then you've got options trading, which I'm kind of adding as a swing trade bucket, we'll say. Just to mentally keep those separate. So on a day like today, my day trades with stocks have not been great, unless this MSTR position plays out. But options, I've actually been doing pretty well this year. Yeah, MSTR, my target's going to be right around that 409 area, if we can get it. So that would be a massive trade for me if we can do that. I'm tempted to short Tesla again. What do you think, Scott? You probably want to go long Tesla here, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's you get these. Yeah, it's consolidating, right? I mean, I would probably. I mean, I understand what you're looking at. I would probably just stay away and
leave it. Yeah.
I'm thinking something like Target, starts to make some sense if it gets up to 95 for a possible short, but.
Well, if MSTR gets to 409, I'm coming to Tampa.
There you
That's
go.
the deal.
An MSTR?
MSTR.
We'll put it up here.
Now, if I get stopped out, I'm not.
I'm paying for your ticket, right?
Yeah, there you go. That'll work.
Let's see, MSTR. Yeah, market would have to do a lot here to get it going, but
UNH aiming lower again. 305 level.
again, I don't get it, right? I mean, sure, it's had a bunch of bad news, but I guess they've defended or deflected all of that bad news. So,
Well, maybe there's fear of it getting dumped out of the Dow.
where there's smoke, there's fire.
Yeah. That's what's interesting about the Dow, right? It's based on the stock price, not the merit necessarily of the company. Obviously, there is that aspect, of course. But, guys, MSTR one time. Let's go. Toilet time. The question is, Scott, what do you think? I've already got a pretty chunky position on it. I'm going to add to it right now. What do you
Now
think?
here comes the PANW. Yeah, I mean, you know, if it starts to sink, add on the way down, just like you'd buy it on the way up, right?
Yep. I'm adding more, guys. MSCR, 0 partials right now. Hopefully we don't get some silly bounce here, but if we get a breakdown, guys, 409 will be my first target for a partial, 406 thereafter, and then hang on till the 300s show up. Just put in a new session low. Let's see a little panic sell here. Come on. There goes Tesla. Guys, 412 already on MSTR. Let's go. Come on. Are we coming to Tampa, folks?
Got a little bit to go.
We're going to Florida. Come on.
Here goes our PANW again, target 183. 183 PANW.
If this trade plays out, though, Scott, I'm going to change my name from DVG here to Socrates, not Socrates, Socrates. Calling a shot here, that would be amazing. 409. NVIDIA turning around a little bit, which is okay. Ooh, there's some sellers in coin. There we go. Wait a minute. If we break 406, Scott, we've got a lot of air below that. 400 becomes a reality almost instantly. MSTR. Hopefully bulls don't see that. We just sell off here.
$183. Come on, baby. 35 cents to go. PANW.
Oh, Tesla. What's Google doing?
Markets, NASDAQ's only down 46 points. That's the hesitation, right?
Yeah.
To pour gas on your fire. I mean, if it was running to the downside, then obviously it would be running to the downside as well. But
it's definitely being propped up. We're almost in the 411s here on MSTR. Almost there. If I just waited on Tesla for that validation to the downside, I'd be singing a different tune today. But the good news is we got MSTR, NVIDIA finding a little bit of support here, which is fine. Again, because we're using options, it's what it is. Looks like, SPY's trying to hang on to the 200 EMA right now. Let's see if that actually holds up. In my opinion, SPY's a little weaker today. It's a little bit of a divergence from that in the Qs. Crude oil inventories are in. I don't know how many of you guys pay too much attention to that, but it's hard to deny. It feels like any news can be fed to the algo to just buy. I'm just going to stick to my guns here, guys. If I'm wrong on MSTR, we'll take an L on it today. Let's hope that doesn't happen. Wait, what? I heard Israel, Iran nuclear facilities in the same sentence.
Come on, PANW, you can do this now. Let's roll. Let us roll. PANW, come on. 183 target.
All right, guys. I like my JPM put options that expire Friday. I'll add a few more here, and then if this stays, continues to move to the downside, I'm happy to roll these into next week. So for those of you guys that know how that works, it's basically saying like, hey, I made money off of this trade, and then I'm just moving it to next week, so that you don't really close out the position. You're just transferring the dollars that were set aside for those options. You're basically just buying that new expiration date.
There we go, 183, and there's our out, 183.10. We're taking it right here on the PANW long. Okay, 2 trades, 2 great winning trades here. That's going to set me up for a green day today.
Very nice. MSTR is helping me hover the green right now.
Nice.
And NVIDIA. Okay. But we had a couple losing trades. But if we get, I'm telling you, if we get this MSTR 409, Scott, I'm telling you, I'm coming to Florida.
Right on, baby. I got a place for you to stay and free food and booze. Can't be.
Hey, you know what? Now I'm coming no matter what.
Right, there you go. Love
it. MSTR, here we go. 3, 2, 1, toilet. It's right there, 412. There's the 411 print. Come on. I want to see one big red candle, just boom. Look at coin. That's kind of, I want it to look like that. We might get it. We might get it here. We're in the 411s now.
DBG, what a great trader this guy. He has the greatest skill set I've ever seen in my life, actually.
Wow. Wow, guys. We just went from a recoverable red day to this MSTR trade. I haven't taken a partial yet. I probably should, but that's okay. Rule number one is pay yourself first. My target was 409. I'm trying to get better at hanging on until I get those targets, but it's hard to deny. I mean, I wouldn't mind taking half my position off yet, but we are now bundled here at the low of session. So we should, in theory, break down. I'm looking left. There's not really a big area other than 411.60 where we may bounce. And I'm looking at the order flow. There's plenty of sellers below that. So hopefully we don't get buyers stepping in here. I want to see a little bit more of aggressive selling. Not really easy to do when you're seeing, a bounce now in Bitcoin futures. You're seeing a bounce on the Qs. But I'm going to try to be patient. And, if we end up bouncing here, I might be forced to take half off. That's kind of me just protecting a green day now versus a red day.
And you feel like when you make that comeback from red to green, that, hey, now that you're green, it's like, okay, listen, I was in the dumps and now I've made it back to green territory. Even if it's a small green day, it's still a green day. And that's when you should kind of turn things off and be done, to say, hey, listen, I made the difference today and this is what I got for the day. It may not be where you want it to be, but at least you snuck out the green day, right? The record still stands.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, sneaking up, I guess, right? See what happens. A little bounce here. Dow's down 411 points. NASDAQ's down only 59, so not a big deal here. Okay, I'm going to come out of the rest of the PANW here. Anything under 183, I'll be gone from this stock.
Netflix is at 1,200 down. PE ratio of 56 on Netflix. I think a split is coming on Netflix. The trouble is the next earnings is in like 2 months, 56 days to be exact. But a 10-to-1 split on Netflix, that would give them a huge opportunity to get additional investment dollars there. Not that they needed a whole lot, but so here's a weird thought I just had yesterday. Someone had mentioned to me. I know it seems logical, right? That 2015 that was a decade ago. I just mentally had to wrap my head around that for a minute. I'm like, yeah, 10 years ago. Like, I remember 2015. Like, and I think it's been 10 years. Like, it's just interesting, man. Time flies. And it was a friend of mine. He's like, hey, can you believe we've known each other for a decade? I'm like, what are you talking about, man? We met in like 2015. And I was like, wait a minute, that is a decade. And it just kind of, I don't know, jumbled my brain there for a minute because I was like, man, years fly by the older you get.
So true.
Like a blink of an eye, it's December. You know, I can't believe we're already in May. We're gonna be June soon. You know, and I remember us kicking off this year together.
Yep.
Anyway, MSTR making me upset now. I get to write this in the journal today. I'm going to be beating myself up in the journal, I think, today. For, you know, obviously, I think I did okay as far as managing the trades from a loss perspective, like being okay with accepting the loss. Trouble is MSTR at 411, partial. Rule number 1, pay yourself first. Right?
Out of all PANW trade, PANW out all shares.
Ooh, there's a big candle, nasty candle on the SPY and the Qs. Let's see if that actually becomes an engulfing candle there. Looks like an attempt from the bears here. 588.79 is the level I'm watching on the SPY. And if we break that, I will continue to get more bearish. 588.79. We are currently at 589.40 on the SPY. So not too far away. Netflix at $1,200. Wow. 1204.04 all-time high. Jay, are you in there? Are you in the Tesla or sorry, Netflix trade? Yeah, Jay, exactly. Well, that's just it. When that merger happened, Cox Charter, that to me was like a total giveaway. You know, that we're going to see a rise in purely like these digital subscriptions versus, well, you know, and the big reason is they don't have the end-to-end landlines and overhead and middle management and all the costs associated to running those businesses. They literally are like, hey, if you have internet, you can get our service. And obviously, they have data center costs, et cetera, but those have become operationally more or less fixed. You know, you figure you could how many movies can you fit on one server? Like the backbone of their ecosystem's already kind of built, billing sorted. So yeah, I think there's a lot of more companies like that. You know, Spotify's another example of that. That said, I'd get rid of Netflix before I get rid of my Spotify personally, because I listen to music all the time.
Yeah, not seeing anything really that I'm in love with here.
Mm-hmm.
Probably going to call it a day in a couple of minutes here. I had two great winning trades today. The PANW trade and more so the edible trade, or EDBL. And those trades, the EDBL trade really just set me up. I didn't even need the PANW trade, but I got into PANW as a play off of the bottom here. That worked out for me after reading the news. We talked about it this morning, that they fell short, but the revenue guidance and stuff was good. And, you know, to me, the stock should be rewarded just a little bit. I mean, it pulled back because of the first part of that, and then it started to go here, so we took advantage of that. So 2 for 2 today. Really good green day today because of the EDBL trade. I will see everybody tomorrow. DVG, if you could close it up today, I would appreciate it.
Will do.
And hopefully, I'll be watching MSTR. Hopefully, you get your dream come true. I'll see you. Text me when you buy your ticket, okay?
You got it, man.
Okay, brother. Take care, everybody. God bless you all. Thank you to Aggie and to Clifton and the rest of the team here. Especially want to thank Mark for putting me on the stock this morning. That was big time move on EDBL, and I can't be more thankful to the team here making money. Allie, take care of yourself. God bless you all. Godspeed, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.
See you, Scott. Yeah, I know, Jay, you're talking a little bit about the the cable industry. I mean, heavy debt load. 100%. 100%. So we actually are seeing that quite a bit. Like if you look at like Verizon and their business, it's very interesting to see like, you know, ultimately like what they're not doing enough of is charging for the bandwidth. And I think that's, you know, that's been somewhat commoditized, right, with the rise of all these companies offering streaming / internet services. But don't forget, like, at some point, they could really charge whatever they want. You know, it's just a matter of, like, what people are willing to pay. But if you're so committed to all these things that are digital and you need, like, I don't know about you guys, but I need internet everywhere I go, right? So, it's just one of those things where I'm waiting for that bubble to burst a little bit where, you know, like, so, hey, data is now going to cost X and they ratchet up those prices. Like, well, you're kind of forced to pay. So that's the one concern I have. So increase of your cable bill could go from, you know, hey, I'm paying $70, $80, $90 a month for whatever my internet service costs. Well, guess what? Now it's $200 because you're not getting cable services anymore. Wouldn't be surprised. No MSTR. That's too bad. Another fake out to breakout. How about it? That is really, really gross. Well, at a minimum, I'm going to probably trim this MSTR position. I don't mind that it's moving against, so to speak. But rule number one, guys. This is today, 5/21. That's going to be the title of my heading in my trade journal today is rule number one. Pay yourself first. And I didn't. Didn't do it today, and now I'm paying for it. So it's a red day for me, y'all. And like Scott, I'm gonna probably check out a little early. That said, it's not over for me. You know, I might come back to take a look at markets a little bit later. Afternoon sessions seem to be getting a little bit more, I don't want to say exciting, but a little more action. So I'll keep an eye on that. But in the meantime, not such a great day for me. It happens. It's okay. You take your loss. You move on. Don't let it affect you. It's trading psychology. It's important. Who knows? Maybe it's just an opportunity for me to get a better entry. And that's that. So listen, appreciate you guys. See you all tomorrow at the Open. Cheers. God bless.